Testing. All right, there we go. Wow, this looks completely different. All right, go for it gaming. Go for it painting. Okay, there used to be a go for it gaming. I don't know, did you change your name or has it always been go for it painting? And my mind is just putting 1 and 2 and making it 3. I don't know. But hello anyway. Go for it painting. Yeah, so welcome everybody. This is Derek, and I am back at you with another Wargaming and Miniature video. What we are going to be doing today is, well, we might change what we're going to be doing today because I'm kind of jumping around a little bit. I started thinking I was going to finish my commission today, or at least start finishing it, because I got a bad cough, by the way, and you can probably hear my voice sounds like I'm the grimace. But I had finished a number. Oh man, and hiccups too. Wow, I just can't win today. No, I finished painting the infantry. I finished painting the artillery. And I've washed them, so they are washed. I still need to do some highlighting on their. Basically, I want to take some white and clean up some of the white straps and outfits, like the coatee and maybe the breeches. And then I want to take some light blue because I painted the French dark blue, right? That's the color I paint French. And then I go over it with a light. Well, basically, this is very similar, almost exactly the color that I paint the French blue. It comes out more like this than this. And then I come back later with a lighter blue, right? I come back over with the lighter blue and I just basically touch it up like elbows and shoulders and maybe some forearms or upper arms, but usually, and like backs, like shoulder blades and stuff like that. So then but basically that's very minimal, but it's enough to really make it stand out. And by doing the highlights after the wash, it kind of cleans up some of the dirt that the wash gives to your unit. And then, so what I'm trying to say is, I've finished the infantry. I just need to do a little bit of white and a little bit of blue highlight. And then I also want to touch up their faces. Not much, just some light on the nose and the cheeks and maybe the chin, and that's it. And then they will be completely finished. So I suspect they'll be done tonight, right? And then once they're done completely, I'm going to go over them with a matte varnish, right? Ultra matte varnish to seal it all in, but also to dull it all down. And then I still have to add the flags because I don't want to add the flags until all that's done. And then once that's done, I'll be able to put them on their bases. So I probably won't get to do that until tomorrow, maybe, or maybe the next day. So, but the infantry is pretty much on the finishing steps. So I was hoping to get caught up with the cavalry, and the generals. The cavalry, I basically pulled out this is the Chasseurs green, and then this is just a nutmeg, which is a good horse color. This is also one of these. This is also nutmeg, but this is apple barrel nutmeg, and this is folk art nutmeg, and you can see that there's quite a bit of a difference there. But I also have some other colors that are completely not even what you would think, or what I would think would be a horse color, like black cherry. It's kind of a reddish brown, right? And then and you notice I'm not using any Vallejo or anything. And then there's burnt sienna, and I don't know if you can tell. One's creme court, one's folk art. They're very similar, very close. I should have some raw sienna somewhere too. I think it might be in my spinner, or it might be, I don't know where it is. But I have some raw sienna, and then I also have this golden oak. And yes, golden oak is going to be a horse color. Now the white for the musician, it's going to be kind of like a grayish color. I'm going to be using these colors here, and possibly that color right there. The latest batch of AK paint that I got, when I was ordering them, I specifically was visualizing horse colors. So I was actually trying to order horse colors. And that's where those grays came. Well, not those two grays, but that's where those grays came from. And this brown, which I don't have up here. I don't think it's this one, but yeah. AK doesn't. I don't think AK has horse colors. They don't really have good. They have some basic colors that I already have, but nothing out. They don't have chestnut or any of those. All right. So that's what I thought I was going to do. And then I said, no, let's not do that. Let's do something else. Because, as you know, I've already rebased 3 British and 3 French units on my 20 by 40s. And I was wanting to rebase my... Let's get these out of the way. I was wanting to rebase my cavalry as well. I got enough room over here. I'm gonna get this cab out of the way. I don't know how many days it's going to take me to do this cab, but it shouldn't be very long. Okay, so this is the 5th Belgian Light Dragoon unit that I had painted and based up with my basing technique that I thought I was going to use for my game. This is where some of the problem is going to come in, and I'm going to share my thought processes with you. This is some artillery from the Brunswickers, and this is a limber, looks French. Okay. Now, you know, I've been converting all my miniatures, or at least my plan going forward is to convert all my miniatures to Meg style basing, right? All right. Bear with my cough. I've got a serious cough. My wife gave me some kind of bronchitis or something. I don't know. Maybe I got that on my own. She brought something home from school, and I've been suffering through it. Okay, so I've been rebasing the infantry. Is pretty much, I've pretty much decided that I'm gonna do 40 by 20s single file, right? And then basically 4 figures on a base, and I can put like 6 bases out, just like any other Black Powder game, Hail Caesar or whatever. It's going to be Meg Napoleonics, basically. And you can remove single bases as you take casualties, right? Okay. And I was looking at Field of Glory Napoleonics, which is kind of what Meg Napoleonics is, because Field of Glory and Meg are very similar, because the author worked on both, right? So of course you're going to get a lot of crossover. Field of Glory is an excellent set of rules. I loved them until I met the players, till I met the community out there playing Field of Glory. I got disheartened with it, and I dumped it. But I didn't. If I'm not going to be in the tournament community, like if I'm not going to tournaments or playing in tournaments, then it shouldn't matter that the community sucks, right? Because if I'm only going to be playing with my friends, and this is me admitting defeat, right? If I'm only going to be playing with my friends, or I'm going to be hosting the games, and sportsmanship is a priority of mine, which it is, and scenarios as opposed to tournament style is a priority of mine, which it is, then it shouldn't matter what rule system I'm using, right? So I could have been playing Field of Glory all along, but when I met the players, it kind of demotivated me, demoralized me, and I kind of just got rid of those rules. I've already sold like my rule book. I still kept some of the Army Lists books, but the main rules I have a PDF, but I sold the hardbacks and stuff, and it just frustrated me. And the way they measured things and the way the units were put together and the Army Lists were organized, it was a little confusing, a little convoluted, and so I was willing to get rid of it without too much anguish. But then when I came across Meg, I was like, okay, this is great. And then afterwards, I was like, after I fell in love with Meg and saying, oh, this is a lot easier to read, it's a lot easier to play, it has as a unique dice set, with the ups and downs, determining which die to throw and stuff like that, was so much easier to grasp. I was like, oh, I love this game. And then I found out later that the author also worked on Field of Glory. So that didn't make him more popular in my eyes. It made me more skeptical because of the whole Field of Glory issues that I've had. But I think maybe he rewrote his own rules, Meg, because maybe he had the same trepidations about Field of Glory, And I believe he did, because he said he played all kinds of games like WRG and stuff like that. And he wanted it to be more fun and fast playing and stuff. So his philosophy was very similar to mine, right? So I fell into Meg, loved Meg, and that I have a playtest copy, or I don't have it anymore. I had a playtest copy of Field of Glory Napoleonics, and I'm looking at my shelf, and it looks like that ruler the 24-inch ruler is about to fall off the shelf. It's not, but it's like, here's the shelf, and the ruler is like doing one of these numbers. I'm going to have to go over there and fix that. It's going to bug me all day. But, okay. But, so I had a copy of the Field of Glory Napoleonics, and I pretty much, and I was on the playtest list and all that before it was released, and I never played it, because by the time I got it, and by the time I had volunteered for, it all happened so quickly. I volunteered to be a playtester, I got the rules, and then I hated Field of Glory. I didn't really hate Field of Glory. I just thought it was a little confusing. My mental power wasn't strong enough. So I didn't even bother with Field of Glory Napoleonics. But knowing that I'm taking my Napoleonics game that I'm writing, and I'm taking a lot from Meg, I thought to myself, maybe there's something in the Field of Glory Napoleonics that relates to Field of Glory, which relates to Meg, which in turn might relate to Meg Napoleonics. Okay, so I've got a runny nose, stuffed up. That's probably why you hear the voice the way it is. I got a cough. Yeah, I had a hacking cough earlier, but hopefully that doesn't come back. And if it starts again, I'll mute. So, okay, I'm beating around the bush. So what I did was, I thought to myself, what else, other than the infantry, did I need to change to a Meg style basing so that the game will function? So that the game will work the way it's supposed to work. And I said, okay, cavalry. Cavalry is another combat unit that will do close combat, and in that case, I'm going to need to have 40 millimeter wide basing so that we can have similar file to file. And I looked in the Field of Glory Napoleonics, and they do it. And then at that point, I stopped. I looked at all the Field of Glory Napoleonic basing, and it doesn't flow the way I want it to flow. So what I've done was I've taken a hybrid of Field of Glory Napoleonics, which is DBA, DBN. It's more like DBN, and Meg, and then Marshals and Generals, which is what I'm doing. So I might do something similar the way they're doing it, or I might not, or whatever. I'm doing it the way I want to do it. So deal with it, right? That's what I'm saying to myself. Just deal with it, right? So not to you guys. You guys could care less. You guys are the greatest, and you might or might not like my rules, right? And you might say, "Oh man, that's a really good set of rules. I think I'm going to play that." And if that's the case, good, sweet, you're dealing with it, Okay, so what I did was I was putting two figures on a base, remember, I was doing the narrow infantry, right? I was doing the Napoleon's battles style infantry bases, which could also be construed as half black powders, right? And so what I decided, half-sized black powder bases, because there's like rectangles, 4 figures on a base, very similar to like half-size British Grenadier. So I decided to do half-size, or not even half-size, just my own size, 2-figure bases, which are just exactly like black powder. They use 2-figure bases. But I did it in 30 millimeters, right? So, because this is what I was doing. I was thinking black powder, and I guess I don't need to do that. But I was thinking black powder in that if a black powder base, full size, 28 millimeter, if a black powder base is 40 millimeters square with 4 figures, and my infantry is 20 millimeter, 4 figures, I'm pretty much doing half size. And if their cavalry is 50 millimeter square, 2 figures, basically 2 Warhammer bases side by side. So like a 25 by 50 or a 1 inch by 2 inch base side by side is your cavalry, right? I said, okay, let's do the same thing. And I thought about putting them on 25 millimeter wide bases, 25 by 25, because that would be exactly half. I probably could have, probably should have, because my, what do you call them? Napoleon's Battles bases were 25 by 2 inches. They were 1 by 2s, but not for a single cavalry figure, but for 4 cavalry figures. So it would be one base would look something like that, right? And then 2 would be like that, and then a third base would be something like that. And so this would be 3 bases in Napoleon's Battles. Okay, there's something there that I was getting caught on. Oh. Okay. But I thought, and I said, I don't want to do it that way. I want to cut the bases in half, make them 2, just like in black powder, and I wound up making them 30 millimeters because the infantry were already 30 millimeters in depth. So I said 30 millimeters width would work really well. And that would be the same as my artillery, which is 30 millimeters width. And then the, the limbers could be 30 millimeters in width. So basically my base width was basically 30 millimeters, except for the infantry, which was 20 millimeters. Well, first of all, let's back up. That's all well and good. That's fine if that's the way I'm going to do it. But that's not the way I'm going to do it. I've decided I'm not going to do it that way. As you already know, the infantry I've widened to a 40 millimeter wide base, but it's only 20 millimeters depth. This is a 30 millimeter depth base. So, so I thought, all right, so let's make the cavalry 40 millimeters width, right? Just like in Meg. Meg, this is a cavalry base. 99% of the cavalry that you see out there are going to be 3 figures. Yes, Meg has a 2-figure cavalry base, but it's very rare, and it's for skirmish cavalry only, which we'll get into that in just a minute. We'll talk about light cavalry, and then but mediums would be on a 3, and then they have something called cataphracts, which is like an armored knightly. It's not even knights. Knights are still 3. Cataphracts is something different, and they have 4 figures per base, and I don't like the look of that. I think those cavalry guys are way too close, and they never would fight that way. So, but 3 cavalry figures on a 40mm base is pretty sexy. If you could imagine, like, these 3 figures on this base, that would be excellent. And then, if you could imagine these 3 figures on another base, that would be excellent. And is that the size of these? It is. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to pull some of these out just to experiment with. Okay, so a 6-figure cavalry unit, right? 6-figure, 6-base cavalry unit that I've already based, or a 12-figure, which, again, that's black powder, right? I'm kind of relying on black powder, which I kind of don't want to do. But it's a good basic, it's a good, like, starting point. So that unit would be, instead of 6 bases, it would be 4 bases. And I think a 4-base cavalry unit is okay, right? It can't take the same kind of punishment that a 6-base infantry unit can take. I don't think, right? I don't know. There's going to have like a charge and a fallback and a so they're not going to take a whole lot of casualties. But I want them to take. See, the whole reason why I did 6 bases initially was because I was going to be counting figure bases as casualties. So I was thinking that 6 bases would be equivalent to 6 bases of infantry. And 4 bases won't. Because in my Napoleonic games, I'm not putting a casualty marker on the cavalry, well, other than the wound, but once you take a full hit, you're actually removing a whole base, which in this case is 1/3 of the unit, right? So I have a problem with that. Yeah, I have a problem with that. So this unit equates to this, and I'm struggling with whether or not that unit should have 6 more figures in it and be like that. This will obviously be a much stronger unit. And I don't want the figures to be the limiting factor. Basically, I'm trying to say is I don't want to do it a certain way because I don't have the right number of figures painted or something like that. I don't want that to be. That's petty. That's petty. If I was to only design rules based on the figures I own, then that's petty. If I need to rebase and then I wind up not having enough figures, then I just need to suck it up and get some extra damn figures and paint them up. Right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if I need 6 extra figures, then damn, I need 6 extra figures. Do it. Make it happen. And so that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. I think I'm going to have to convert these instead of 2-figure bases, they're going to need to be 3-figure bases. To make them more in line with Meg. But I also need to double check and I want to take some of their ancient rules, ancient armies, and kind of look at how the units how they balance out with 4-figure units. And let's do it right now while I'm thinking about it. And do I want to look at Maximus? No. I want to look at Magna because that's pretty much the kind of Napoleonic armies that I'm putting together. Do I want to look at medievals or do I want to look at ancients? And you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to Romans, of course. That's kind of the default, right? That's kind of the professional army. And I want to see... Okay, maybe not mid-Republican, maybe late Republican. That's when they started doing the legions. Okay, so like okay, this is just saying 4. Okay, maybe I need to look at Maximus. I am kind of a... I already know where it needs to be 25-13 or something like that. 25. Right there. All right. All right. So if my legionaries are 4, 6, and 8, which if you think about it, and I've already mentioned this in some previous videos, that my Napoleonic units are going to be small, medium. I'm trying to be on camera. Small, medium, and large will be 8. So that's like that's perfect. 4, 6, and 8 bases. What does the cavalry look like? 4 or 6? So 4 is not out of the question. So that's okay. So 4 is not out of the question. Okay. And see my bolt shooters here, which, if you think about it, that's kind of like my artillery pieces. 2, 3, and 4 base units. Well, I'm doing a 1, 2, or 3, making it simple. 1 is a half battery, 2 is your standard battery, and 3 is your extra large batteries. Okay, see, light cavalry has 4 or 6 bases, but they're only going to have 2 figures per base. Numidians also only have 2 figures per base. Scythians, horse archers. Okay. I can close that. We don't need that anymore. That gives me an idea. Okay, so 4 figures in a unit would be okay. And also 6 figures in a unit would be okay. So, or 6 bases. I'm thinking that now if I am organizing, if I am and that's not the final. That's just getting my mind flowing, right? I think 4 bases per unit is standard. No, I'm sorry, not, yeah, 4 bases. Remember, these guys are, imagine, 6-figure bases. So I say 3-figure bases. Okay, so 12 figures like that, mounted on 4 figures, 4 stands. That would be a standard size unit. And then a 6 base unit would be a large unit. Okay. Now I've got these Brunswick Uhlans, right? Which I've only got 4 bases of them. And remember, they're 2 figures per base. I've got a Brunswick Uhlan unit that's like this because it was only going to be 2 squadrons, right? And the way I was doing it was 2 bases represented 2 bases represented 1 squadron. Like 50 men per base, per figure. So I might rescale that and say 2 bases represents, or 1 base is a squadron, and if a small unit is 2 squadrons, and now also I want to point this out, I'm not limiting my starting forces by even numbers, right? I'm trying to, because it'll look good on the table at start. But remember, units lose bases and then they still function. So even a 4-figure cavalry unit, when it loses a base, it's not eliminated. It still functions as a 3-figure cavalry unit on the table. So in my mind of minds, I really need to figure out how many men is one base for infantry, for cavalry, for everything. So that if I wanted to design a scenario and I knew how many men were there, like hypothetically, if each base represented 100 men and there were 300 men, then that's what the unit would look like at the start. Or if there was 500 men, I would give them 5 bases, right? It doesn't have to be locked in at 2, 4, or 6. But I'm going to try to do 4 and 6 and try to avoid anything smaller than 4. I'm going to try that. So if I only have 8 Uhlans, I wouldn't be able to do this, because that would require 12. So I'd have to use... I've got extra figures. It just means I'll have to paint some more. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I can... But I don't think the Uhlans are considered light. Do I want to put like these guys, light dragoons, or light, what do they call those guys? Hussars. Do I want to put hussars and light dragoons as lights and give them 2 figures like a skirmisher? And do I want to give like dragoons and cuirassier 3 figures? Like a medium / heavy? And RC Paint Service says, I regret I haven't used the same size of bases for X infantry. Not sure how I should go around to rebase. Any chance you could do a video about that if you have any to rebase? Oh, okay. Let me clarify that question of yours. First of all, I appreciate the question. You mean like how to rebase your infantry? Is that what you're asking? Like, what's the easiest way to go about rebasing your infantry? Or are you asking, because you say 4X, he says 4X infantry. That might be a typo. Maybe there needs to be an S for sex. I don't know. If you want any advice on how to rebase, I could do some right now because I'm planning on it. Now, I don't want my cavalry to be classified as skirmishers um, missile, like I want them to be able to charge in rebase infantry from 40 millimeters to 45 millimeter bases. Uh, all right. You meant an example. Yeah, I've got some. Now, okay. Now, the part of the question is, how did you base them? Uh, uh, not like what size or anything, but what kind of glue did you use to base the miniature to the base, and what is the base material? Is it plastic? Is it wood? Um, is it metal? Um, okay, so while that's going on, I wanted to continue on while I got this train of thought going. So if I'm going to rebase my 30 millimeter cavalry to 40 millimeter frontages, part of that is because of Meg, and Meg puts artillery, bolt throwers, trebuchets, cannons from like medieval periods on 40 millimeter bases. Okay, and I've got some 40s right here, 40 by 40 squares. Now, yeah, 40 by 40 square. Now, Field of Glory Napoleonics uses almost the exact same as Napoleon's Battles Napoleonics, of course, Napoleon's Battles. Field of Glory Napoleon's Battles uses a inch and a quarter, I'm trying to remember, by 30 millimeters or an inch or something, but basically it's a rectangle like this. And then they use the wide side, the long side, as the frontage, and the depth is the short area, right? Where what I did was I took the same base and turned it sideways and gave myself, that right there. So you have an artillery piece that can mount infantry or, crew members. Now, Napoleon's Battles, I was able to do this on this, but it was a pain in the ass. I'm going to tell you. Also, putting 4 cavalry figures on a 1-inch by 2-inch base was a pain in the ass. Because it was like making everything super tight. And I don't like that. I like them to be more comfortably spaced. And that's why I turned the base sideways or lengthwise, because that simulated black powder. Black powder had elongated bases. This is exactly 1/2 the size, 1/4 technically, but 1/2 the size of a black powder artillery base, because a black powder artillery base is twice as wide and twice as long, right? In 28 millimeter. So that would be artillery base in black powder, and it's done lengthwise. And so I was kind of mimicking that as well when I went with my basing style. But Meg doesn't worry about that. Meg goes, screw your, and I should say Field of Glory does it this way as well. But Meg says, no, 40 millimeter square. And I'm kind of glad because I needed the 40 millimeters depth, as you can see. And I don't need the 40 millimeter width, but it aligns with their infantry and cavalry base widths, right? So it winds up being universal, 40 millimeter wide for artillery, for cavalry, and for infantry. And this is also the size of their general bases, 40 by 40s. And there's an artillery piece right there. And so I am going to be doing some rebasing of these artillery pieces right now on the camera, and that might help you out with rebasing your infantry as well. So what do we got? Plastic bases. Plastic bases for both plastic and metal figures. I used wet mud from MIG. Is that kind of like is that an acrylic latex plaster? Is that the mud we're talking about? And if it is, you should have no problem rebasing. All right. Napoleonic and ACW figures. Okay, that's good. And plastic and metal. Well, you can do both. If the wet mud you're talking about is an acrylic latex spackle or plaster kind of like a wood glue kind of thing, that should work no problem. I personally use Elmer's, which is it never really hardens. It's always kind of a flexible. But sometimes I'll use like a clear grip Gorilla. But usually I'm using the white Elmer's. Very rarely will I ever use any kind of glue that is permanent. Because I know that maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, I'm going to need to rebase my figures. And so, or maybe I'll want to rebase them, or maybe I'll have some epiphany where I need to rebase them or something. And I will. So Elmer's is always a good way to base your figures, plastic or metal. Going on to plastic and metal, believe it or not, Elmer's will stick to metal, but what I tend to do on metal bases, I tend to prime the bases. I give them like a metal primer. Like a self-etching primer, one that kind of where the paint adheres very strongly to the metal, and then I will use Elmer's because Elmer's will stick to that primer. Okay, back to my story. And once I get done with the story, we'll do some rebasing. So I plan to redo the artillery with 40 by 40s. I looked at Field of Glory Napoleonics, and I saw that they use both 40 by 40 and 40 by 30s. And they use these for like horse artillery and for, they don't call it foot artillery. They say medium and horse. And then they say heavy artillery. So, excuse me. So I was thinking 9-pounders or less, 12-pounders or larger. But then I thought about it and said, why do that? Just discard this 40 by 40 for all guns. And I don't have a battery as just one gun, right? I did that with my black powder because those artillery pieces, you know, like I just showed you earlier, are pretty sizable on the table, and I don't like to have so many of them on the table. So, you know, 2 of them side by side. Now, I've seen people play with the parry method where they put 6 figures on a base instead of 4, and they have those bases, they're like a base and a half, right? So instead of 40, they're like 45 millimeters, I think, wide. Not much wider, but the infantry just seem to be a lot tighter and more condensed. And they put 2 artillery guns to represent a battery, which, that's fine. You know, it looks good on the table. I just don't have that kind of playing space. I don't have the Perry gaming table. I don't have something that's like 12 by 12. I don't have that. I was playing on a 5 by 9 ping pong table with my 28s. But ever since I've decided that I'm going to get away from 28s and I'm going towards 15s, or I basically made a commitment to do 15s, I've decided to go with my 4 by 6 table that I got over there. All right. Okay, so knowing that, I had next piece of miniature I have out here. I was making my batteries 2 guns, right? And this was basically an artillery battery. So I made it like that so that I could pull this and put it behind it like this to show that it's limbered, right? Or that it's deployed without having, because I really hate putting counters or tokens on the table. Napoleon's Battles taught me, don't glue the gun down, pick it up, put it down, turn it around. That represents that it's limbered or deployed. I didn't like that. I understand it's not a token on the table, which I appreciate, but it looked wrong. It just looked wrong. I just didn't like the way, and then sometimes I'd have missing guns. I'd have crew with, where'd the gun go? Oh, it's in another box. You know, like I accidentally put a French gun in my British box, and I was like, okay, where are my guns at? You know, and I got frustrated with it. So what I did was I glued my guns down. So, but I also, in Marshals and Generals, I definitely want this to be a part of the game. Ground scale, right? My game is going to have ground scale. So, based on how big your ground scale is, and I'm going to have a default number, which I think it's going to be close to 50 yards per inch. or maybe it's 35 yards per inch or something like that. So you could take any battlefield in the world, use Google Maps, figure out how many yards it is, and you could see exactly how many inches your table needs to be. You know, you could do like a satellite image of the terrain, and then you could actually recreate that on a table, because I want my ground scale to be what it should be. So what does that mean? Well, shooting ranges needs to equate to that ground scale, because I don't want my guns shooting 5 miles, or I don't want my guns only able to shoot 100 meters, right? So, so my ranges of my muskets and all that other stuff is going to be influenced by whatever ground scale that I'm going for. Okay, having said that, the units are going to occupy an amount of space on the battlefield that equates to the ground scale. So far, so good. So if a French line company would occupy a certain number of paces, which got to convert paces to feet, to meters, and then to feet, or whatever, right? So if a French line company occupies a certain number of paces on the table, I want those 40 millimeter bases to represent the ground scale of what that infantry company would represent. Same with the artillery. Okay, so far so good. And cavalry. I want the ground scale and the bases and the terrain to mesh, to all be universal, and not have a hypothetical range with a mysterious ground scale. I don't want that. I want it to be like, this figure represents 25 men or something like that, right? Okay. And that way, because the reason why I want to do that is because I want the players, the owners, the scenario designers, the guys that look up a historical battle and they do the research, they get the battlefield, and they find out what the army lists, the actual TUNE, or what regiments were there, how many men were in each regiment. They could take those numbers and immediately translate that into how many bases they need for that regiment, right? I don't want them to say, oh, I got to spend 25 points to get a battalion, and then I got to spend 37 points to get a guard battalion. No. I want it to be based on the historical reenactments. Will I have a point system? Probably. That's only there to help the game designers, scenario builders, a way to balance it, right? It has nothing to do with, because not all battles were fair, right? Hey, Napoleon, are you only bringing 10,000 points? Yeah, okay. I'll bring 10,000 as well. No. Okay. So my issue is, and I have no issue with this, actually, that is not the length, okay? The two bases back to back. If this is a full battery, 8 guns, which actually it's 6 to 8 guns, because I'm going to say 6 for the British and 8 for the French. So it's really 6 to 8 guns. This would be a 4-gun battery, and this is an 8-gun battery. And this would be a 12 gun battery, right? So it's like 4 guns per base. So if this was 8 guns and they were limbered with their horse limbers and they were going to move, this is not long enough per my ground scale. I figured it out. It's not long enough. So I came up with this idea that I would have limbered markers, and this is really only a token. This is a, I don't need to leave this on the table. I can pick it up and put it down, pick it up and put it down, right? So when you limber, let's say these guys are deployed, and this isn't anywhere even on the table. It's on the sideline somewhere, and they say, we're going to limber up. I leave one of the bases wherever it is. I put the second base behind it, and then, well, to the front or behind it, however I wanted to do it. Because I could have limbered up like that. That'd be fine. But they're going to limber up, and then we just add a limber marker onto the table. Now, this is the proper length of 8 guns per my ground scale. I've already figured that out. I measured the paces, because I think I was originally going to be doing something like 1 inch is 35 yards, or maybe it was 1 inch is 50 yards. I'll have to look at the way I've written my rules. But now this is like 6 inches long. So 6 inches would be like 300 yards, right? And 8 guns occupying 300 yards is not unrealistic. Even if they're too wide, I think it's actually if they're too wide, that's awesome. Okay. All right, now I'm struggling yet again. If I convert all my gun batteries to 2 of these, this might be too wide. I'm thinking. That's pretty much a lot wider, right? But 1 is also too thin. I wouldn't be able to put 2 guns on 1 base. But I think that's not that big of a deal. I think that little extra isn't going to hurt me. And the depth is exactly the same, so that won't have any impact at all. So when it comes to limbering, the depth was already 40, so this is 40. So by doing this, I'm not extending my ground scale at all. I'm just widening it. And that would actually be probably more accurate to a too wide not limber, like a column, right? These guys. But I don't like the 30 millimeter limber. I know it's only a token, and it's only going on the table whenever the battalion or battery, whenever the battery limbers. But there's something about it. It just makes me like cringe a little bit because I'm so anal. I'm like super anal. I'm sorry. I apologize. So I said, okay, so the length is good, which by the way is 80 millimeters if you're curious. 80 millimeters. So I found my 40 by 80s, which What else uses 40 by 80s in Meg? I just thought of this before the video started. Battle wagons. Battle wagons use 40 by 80s. And I was thinking, oh, well, so will my limbers. Right? 40 by 80s. And then I'll be able to limber my guns on their 40 millimeter basis. And it won't look out of place or be weird. So yeah. Artillery, 40 by 40. Generals, 40 by 40s. Now my brigade commanders, I think I'm going to put them on round bases, and they're going to be much smaller, like maybe a 30 millimeter round base. Because they don't represent command, or they don't generate command. Let's say that. They do represent command, but they don't generate any modifiers. They don't generate any cards for command. They only relay commands to units. So a division general generates commands, but he can issue that a command card to a brigadier and say, advance your brigade, right? And then the brigade, I'm still thinking about this, because group commands in Meg are represented by units that are touching, right? Imagine every one of these stands is a separate unit, right? In Meg, you can have all of your units touching, and then you could play a command card on this group, and you could play a second command card to convert that original command into a group command. So basically, it would only take you 2 cards to be able to move 4 units, theoretically. I don't want to do that at this scale, because in Meg, each unit represents a legion, which is kind of like a half battalion. I mean, a double battalion, or a guard battalion, because those are about the size of a legion. I'm representing about half legions on the table as battalions, and I want command and control, and it's a lot better in the Napoleonic period than it was in the ancient period. So, and with superior training, semaphore, messenger riders, and stuff like that. So what I'm thinking, and I'm kind of postulating on this, is that a unit that's separated can still do a group command as long as they're within a certain distance of their brigadier general. So if the brigadier's here and your units are like this, you can move them as a group. You would just need to do the same thing, a brigade order, and convert it to a group order, and then with 2 cards you can have an entire brigade move, right? So this division general can move this brigade and this brigade because he's only going to have maybe 2 or 3 cards, right? Maybe 4 or 5 cards if he's not going to have 5. So, unless he's Foy. Yeah. But it would be hard for him to move both brigades or both units. And I don't want the battalions to be forced to be touching to receive those orders, like wheeling and stuff like that. So I'm thinking of giving brigade commanders a small zone of control, like a 6-inch area, and then as long as your unit is within 6 inches when he receives that order, they can receive that order. But that's not going to stop you from having a unit over there outside the 6 inches, right? Because now I can give this section a brigade, but if I needed to, I can also give this, but that would require, well, if he's out of range, he needs another card. So, but yeah. But my division generals are going to have a huge range. And so, yeah, it's... Or he can give the brigadier a command, but he's out of range. I don't know. I think we'll figure it out. I haven't figured that out yet. But I'm thinking I'm going to give my brigade commanders the ability to... So I still need them on the table, but they don't do anything. They absolutely don't modify combat. They don't adjust the cards or anything. They just serve as a focal point for where the brigade is located. But there can be units outside that, like your guns could be back here, or you might, well, that's usually going to be a divisional gun anyway, but you might have left a unit over here in the town while the rest of the brigade moved forward. And then if I need to move that, the division general can just give him an order directly, or something like that. Okay, so we're talking rebasing. First thing I do is I take my garbage can and I put it between my legs because I'm a dirty, dirty boy. Okay. How's everybody doing today? I'm not feeling 100%. Mainly it's just a cough. I don't feel sick or anything. Actually, the other night I was thinking I was coming down with something, but it really wasn't. It was just me having a hacking cough. Okay. Because I cut and I use this thumb as my control thumb, I need to put one of these armor sleeves, and that's what these are. These are used by chefs and people who do a lot of cutting board action or whatever. It's supposed to actually prevent your thumb from, or finger or whatever you're using, from actually getting cut. I need to take my monitor glasses off and put my miniature glasses on, slightly magnified. Okay, you might or might not be able to see this. Okay. So let's go ahead and get the gun first, because I think that will clear some things up. So what I do is I push against the base, usually with my thumb, and I pull with my knife, with my other four fingers. I kind of just grip it and use that as my cutting action. But I'm not trying to cut anything. I'm trying to kind of wedge my knife under, and I'm using the blade as a fulcrum to pop the miniature up off of the base. Now, if a figure like this is in the way, which it is, I will cut through my flock and my basing material with a saw. As you can see, I'm kind of cutting like a saw, but I'm also trying to get under its figure base and also use the knife as a fulcrum. And that's where the base, or where the figure... I didn't turn autofocus off, did I? I don't think so. It's not going to focus like that. But basically, there was a layer of Elmer's holding it down to the wood, and also a layer of the, what do you call it? The texture material that I use, which is either AK or Vallejo texture. Okay, so that cleared off a spot where I can now get to the tire slash wheel slash... Oh, okay. Got to cut a little bit into the flock, maybe a little into the Elmer's. Okay, I'm trying not to break the model. Okay, I think I got to get rid of this. I'll call him infantry, but he's really just a crew member. I'm sawing up under his... When I say saw, and I'm going forward and backwards with my X-Acto. Trying to get under his metal base. There we go. And this guy looks like a minifig. I think all of these are minifigs. Once I break it, the only thing holding it together was flock. Now, am I going to save this base? I probably could. But I'm not going to. Luckily, I recognize these uniforms very well as horse artillerymen, so I don't need to take a note or write something down saying, hey, this is a Brunswick 6-pounder. Okay, that tire needs to be re-glued. That's no problem. Now this one, you can see a lot more of the texture paste than you could on the last one. Using moi. Okay. Perfecto. And don't tweak your X-Acto knife to the point where you're breaking your blades. Right? Let the blade do the work for you. You know, get underneath. Do a little bit of tweak, you know, like just a little bit of lift, but don't force it. Make it, just let it happen naturally. Like you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it, but when you get through it, it'll go. Once you hear that, you know you're through. Okay, I got no light on this. I can't see what I'm doing. There's no, the light's on the wrong side of my light's over there, and I'm cutting on the right side. Okay, that's cutting. Now I do it over the trash can, mainly because I was anticipating a lot of flock and debris falling and stuff like that. Actually, I'm not getting any of that on these guys. You got to be careful because sometimes I'll drop my figure down inside there. Bam! That one is done. Dunzo. Okay, now. This figure looks like he's leaning over. And that might have happened when, okay, there we go. That might have happened when I pried him off. Sometimes you just have to clean the base bottoms, get them to lay flat again. All right, everything's good. Now I have been using Litco bases now for a few years, and I just love the preciseness of them. In addition, I love the fact that they're made of wood, and part of that is because of rebasing, so that if I ever needed to rebase, if I couldn't get my knife under a figure, or if I glued it down with some ridiculous glue, I could always chop at the wood and eventually get the wood to be cut off. Okay, so before I start gluing all these figures back together, I'm going to put a label on these guys. BW represents my Brunswick units. So Brunswick £6. No, that's not 6 hashtag. And it is horse. Meaning they can't talk very well. They're very hoarse. Now, there's probably a brigade, or I keep saying brigade, but like a battery commander name. You know what? Let me look that up. I have the way to look this up. And I want to write it before I start mounting, so let's go ahead and look it up. Give me a second. 15mm army lists. Is that it? Don't think so. Unless it's hidden. Nope. Not 15mm army list. Waterloo Project. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back and redo all this. Okay. All British Allied Quadruple. Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm looking at. Boop. There we go. Okay, so, and I don't know if you can see the entire thing. You probably can't. See if I can get you guys squared away so you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, you don't need the right side of it at all. Okay. Let's scroll down to Brunswick. There it is. Manfred von Heinemann. Okay. Heinemann. I don't even remember that name. But I'm adding it. Okay, I'm not using this pen. This pen is too good. I'm going to use this pen. Because it's not so good. It basically writes thinner. Okay, how do I spell this? Heinemann. Heinemann. Okay. Do I want to put Manfred von Heinemann or just Captain Heinemann or just Heinemann's battery? Well, it is called Heinemann's horse battery, so that's what we'll call it. Okay. This pen sucks worse than I thought. Damn. This one is just too good. Okay. It writes too thick. H-E-I-N-E. Okay. M-A-N-N. Right? Okay. There we go. So now we know who owns this battery. Bitches. Damn Heinemann. And you're saying, why does he have this super glue out? Well, because I'm fixing a gun. Whoa, dude. These little finger protectors, they're like Velcro. They stick to each other. They stick to things, miniatures. I didn't think they'd stick to my glasses, but they did. Okay, this guy's wheel, it's a little wobbly. Yep. Gotta fix that. This glue is almost kaputted. I mean, there's some still in there, and I'm like Mr. Miser. I try to get every single drop. Yeah, so I mean, even though it's um, Heinemann's battery, it could be anybody's battery. It's just I'm building enough. I'm kind of catering my figures that I'm putting together first to do a Quatre Bras battle. Oh wait, I'm getting close. There it is. And that's the only thing I'm gluing, so. Gotta wait. Excuse me. Okay. And we always rebase with Elmer's. Basically, I base and rebase with Elmer's um, to prevent or make it easier for me to rebase in the future. Velcro. Okay. Somebody there. Somebody there. There. Okay. This guy is lighting the fuse. Yep, something's not right here. Back just a bit. There we go. Spot there. Spot there. And this Elmer's is way too watery. I added some water to my Elmer's bottle to kind of thin it out a little bit. And I think I added way too much. Which is good for like flocking and stuff. Look at that. Good for flocking, but not mess cleanup. If that makes any sense. That's perfect. Whoa. I mean, this guy does have his hand on the wheels, but much. Right, right, right. Okay, everything is good. All right, so that'll be my rebased Brunswick foot artillery. Great. And then if I was to go with this limber here, okay, I've got to dig underneath. These horses. Okay, so I am cutting saw-like action, and that's to cut through the flock and the texture material, try to get under the glue, cut through the glue, get under the base of the figure so that I can pry it loose. Okay, what did I just do here? Okay. Now, part of the problem with the French and British well, mainly the French limbers. Yeah, I might have used a different glue on these guys. Is because they don't have it's not like a wagon. It's a two-wheeled limber, and if I was to lay it with glue on the base, right? It's not gonna hold itself up. It's just gonna flop to the ground. So what I do sometimes is apply glue, and then I'll put a paintbrush or something underneath it to keep it elevated. That's not thick enough, obviously. Keep it elevated up where it would be good with the horses. Now you could put a string or something over your horse. Okay, come on. Come on, get under there. Get it. Okay, okay, that horse is on there. He don't want to come off. He said, screw you, Derek. I'm not coming off. And again, remember, I said, take your time. Let the knife work for you. Don't force it. They'll come off eventually. You just got to get underneath them and pry them up. Yeah, it doesn't feel like I use super glue or Elmer's on these guys. Or the Elmer's just is really good. Maybe I used a lot. Or because the horse is so big, horse's base that is, a lot more surface to pry up from. I'm under the horse, he just doesn't want to pop off. Okay, move to a different horse. Okay, I didn't think this limber was going to be this hard to come off. Okay, let's do this slightly different. I'm going to do like a cut all the way around. I'm thinking about taking the wood and just going snap. I'm not trying to save this base. I'm trying to save my fingers. Getting embarrassed. Maybe this is a dull knife. Maybe I'm not cutting where I think I'm cutting. A lot of these cuts look like I'm cutting into the metal. which would mean I'm not going to be able to pry them up if I don't get underneath them. Well, I'm definitely underneath this guy because I'm cutting into the wood. Ah. I needed a crowbar. Now, I'm being extra careful not to cut my fingers. Okay, this guy is way under there. He just doesn't want to pop off because I think the glue is like, I might not have used Elmer's. I might have used some other type of permanent glue. And the only reason why I might have done that is because of that limber because of its, desire that it has to want to fall down. Wow, I am very surprised that I have not been able to pop one of these guys off yet. Yeah, there's something gray on this. I don't know what it is. Check this glue out. Yeah, that's not Elmer's. Yeah, figure that out. Not Elmer's, it's some other type of glue. Jeez Louise. Okay. Oh, that base is bent. I'm gonna have to fix it. I could only imagine if this was a plastic miniature with this type of glue. I would have broken the model, either the horse or the legs of the horse or the base of the horse. Something would have been broke. Okay. Yeah, I'm cutting into the wood. There we go. All right, all right. Get rid of that bitch. All right. Clean these horses off a little bit so that they can stand on their own. I got a runny nose. No. Yeah, it feels like Gorilla Glue. Like the clear cement. It doesn't feel like Elmer's or super glue, because super glue is brittle and it would just broke right off. But that felt like a Gorilla Glue. Something that wanted to be permanent. So I've been thinking about doing like a midnight live stream, like painting figures at midnight. And the reason is, well, first of all, I'm up at midnight almost always. And I'm also almost always painting or playing computer games. And I know that there are people out there in the world that are not in the same time zone as I am. They might appreciate a midnight here because it might be noon where they're at. Or it might be, dinner time or whatever. Okay. Okay, I go with my needle nose now. And I go into the horse base. And I'm going to try to do a little repair work. Oh, that wasn't too hard. Oh, yikes. Okay. I lied. I don't want to break any horses, though. Wheat. These are actually Come on, Velcro, stop it. This guy's pretty flat already. I just feel like he's leaning. Oh. Okay, I got tacky glue there. Ooh, what did I do here? Are you okay? You're all right. You're okay. Okay, so here's my limber. I've got some tacky glue. We'll use that for. I mean, I could use it for everything, but I don't think I'll need to do that. I don't know how I'm going to prop this up and glue these horses. Whoops, we're not doing that. Using tacky glue for that. Thought I saw somebody walking around in the back. My wife might be home. She went on a shopping trip, I think. Christmas shopping. How wide are these? Pretty wide. Or they might be looking at the washer and dryer because we got that sitting in the back. Now, I don't want somebody coming out and just taking it. Yeah, I just heard a car open and close. Okay, this might work. Saw somebody in the back, and I was wondering if somebody looking at the washer and dryer.
Somebody was looking?
No, I saw you.
Oh.
Yeah. When I saw you through the window there. I was like, "There's somebody back there."
Oh.
Now with the wider base here, I can widen these riders. They don't have to be. Going on there. Thought I balanced you out, bitch. Maybe I didn't. Got another needle nose around here somewhere, but there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to thicken that glue up a little. Okay, there we go. A little bit wider, and I'm gonna be okay with that. Okay, we can close that. We can close close that. And then from this point, you would just put your normal texture paste on there, and you would flock it just like you normally would. Yeah, I didn't want to rebase the cavalry and all that because I still need to work out exactly how I want to do the cav. I think I want to do 3 figures like normal. Yeah, so that shouldn't be too big of a deal. All right. There, I had a bad cough. I didn't want you guys hearing it. Okay. Work on some horses now. Go ahead and start working. I don't know if I can move that. Should be able to. Paintbrush isn't resting on anything. But I should be able to slide this around. Okay, that should be out of the way. Should be. Boom. I don't need this garbage can between my legs anymore. All right, so let's talk about these horses. Now, the color I initially put on these is a very dark walnut color, so that it'll be like the backdrop or the background color. Going to build up some colors from light to dark. I'm gonna do a couple of them with this color. Only a couple. I think the general is going to have this color, actually. And then maybe a couple of riders. Specifically the officer and the standard bearer. This is the black cherry. Very little in the palette. Very little. Just maybe a drop. And then I'm going to actually put quite a bit. An equal amount or more in a giant brush. So I'm going to mix it up so that it's thoroughly thinned out. I don't, what I'm looking for the super thin pigment. Almost runny. Okay, I can't see. That's good enough. Officer, that's the guy here. Guy. All right, black cherry. Remember, this pigment is super thin. And I'm not trying to get it on everything. I'm just trying to get it in the raised area. Specifically not where the straps are. Not where the blanket is. And this, I only go about halfway down the leg, but I'm going to go a little bit further. I'm going to pass the knee. Now remember, I thinned this out. I probably didn't thin it out enough. Got some good coverage on here. I'm actually looking for not that great coverage. I'm looking for. I want it to gradually dry transparent. Forcing me to add another layer. That's what I want. Now, I couldn't remember if the officer's saddle blanket was red or blue because I've seen both. And did a little research, did a reminder of myself, basically, because I always need these reminders. I paint so many different armies that they all blend together, so I always have to double check to make sure I'm doing it right. Okay, it is thinning clear. I appreciate that. Um, and so I did research on it, and it looks like uh, the rank of the general matters. What color the blanket is. And a general that would be commanding a brigade, because that's what that guy is, would have a blue blanket. Now, division generals or above would have red. But also, that's not like a rule. It's a uniform, but not all of them abided by it. So you got to kind of look at the individual general that you're trying to do. But since I'm doing a generic general, one that could serve as any brigadier, I'm just going to paint it with a blue. You know, follow the rules. But I'm not doing any of the blankets until I get their skin, horse's skin done. The order that I'm doing it is skin, blanket, uniform of the guy. Horse's skin. That's what I meant. Horse's skin, not his skin. Even though I did do his skin already. Horse flesh. Let's call it that. Horse flesh. Then blanket. Then the rider. this side. I want to show you something. I'd have to adjust the focus. Well, maybe you can see it right there. You can see how that's wet and then that's dried. And you can see the tail here. That's the color that the model was originally. And then that's the color with the red transparent. It's not red, it's called cherry, black cherry or something like that. Yeah, black cherry. So that's not a good horse color. But that is. So we just got to let that dry. See what I'm saying? All right. Now this was the first one I did, which is the officer. You think I need to add another layer of black cherry to bring it out? I don't think so. I think just one layer was actually really good. Plus, when I eventually do the wash and everything, it's going to really look good. Okay. Let's go on to another color. I'm going to put black cherry over. Burnt sienna. Boom. Okay, I was sound testing there. Where's my live stream? Okay. we're going to do the same thing. Water it down quite a bit. Excessively. Stir it up quite a bit. And then what I'm going to do is 1 horse per stick. This is, wait, what? Can't see what I'm doing. All right, there we go. Now remember, because you thinned it out so much, or because I thinned it out so much, that what I'm trying to do is only blend with the raised areas, or I should say the horseflesh, right? Large areas, not the raised areas. And if I accidentally paint onto a reins, let's say, don't worry about it because you're not putting a thick layer on the reins. Well, if you do, that's where you're messing up. But if you just accidentally like touch the reins or cover a little portion of the reins, it's okay because this isn't the first layer. I'm going to do another layer, and the first layer is going to dry fairly clear, so it's still going to look pretty brown, you know, like the rest of the horses. Those of you that are familiar with my channel, you know that I do commissions, and that's what this is. And you also know that starting on the 1st, my commission prices are going to go up. Not by a whole lot, maybe $1, something like that. But I have a customer, a good customer, one of my best customers. Just sent me another commission, and he got in under the wire. So not only do I have British infantry to paint, I've got British paratroopers to paint. Guess he's going all in with his British. I still have to send him his SS. I mean, with that shipment of British paratroopers came a partial payment. And I have no problem splitting up people's orders, make it easier for them to digest, So if they only want to pay half now and half later, that's fine. What I do with orders like that is if you pay half, I'll send you half of the finished models, And then when you pay the second half, you get the second half of your models. Kind of understood. That's normal, I guess. If that's not normal, it should be. I don't want to be abnormal. Okay. We got 2. Feel my nose starting to want to run. Wants to run away. That's another thing. I haven't had breakfast this morning. Actually, that's not really true. I had some cream of wheat when I woke up. Not very much. It's just, like half a bowl. So I had a morning snack, not breakfast. And it's lunchtime, so my stomach is starting to tell me, hey, Derek, did you know that it was lunchtime? Well, no, I didn't, but now I do. Thanks for letting me know. I can just feel it. These Chasseurs are going to look like the bomb. I think I'm going to make them yellow. You know, turnbacks and collars and cuffs and whatever else is supposed to be yellow. I think it's their blanket frill. I think needs to be yellow. I don't remember what regiments were yellow, but that's not neither here nor there. Because they don't have a regimental flag anyway. Guy's just carrying a standard without the pole, without the flag. Okay, so that's 3. I did both of these guys red, right? I did. Okay, then we're going to do this guy, this messenger. Because I want to do 4, but I don't. They don't have to be from the unit. They just 4. Guy's more of an ADC. I'm going to paint him. Well, the Titans playoffs are non-existent this year. So I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to try to tank the season to get a higher draft pick? Or are they going to play their hearts out to see what, playing for a job position next year? If the coach says, we're going to go out there and just lose, guys, so we get better draft pick next year. As a player, do you want to hear that? I know you would understand it as a player, but that impacts your value. Like if I'm a player that is on my last year of my contract, or I want to return the next year, or I want another team to value me, Because what? It's a business, right? The business of winning, not a business of losing. All right, so I painted 4 horses with that burnt sienna. So now what I'm going to do is go back over those same horses with burnt sienna again, right? Because it did make that. I'm going to turn the mic off. Yeah. That is precisely why I don't like streaming when there are other people in the house. They don't care. Or they don't realize what's going on. Okay, so I'm adding another layer of burnt sienna, but this time I'm only hitting areas that are extremely large. If it's small, I'm going to leave it with that first layer. All right, let me mic Alrighty. Yeah, so by adding a second layer in the large areas, and with the undercoat being as dark as it is, the areas that I only hit once will be a little bit darker, and the areas that I hit a second time will be a little bit lighter. And so as I layer it, that's what I'm doing, I'm layering it, it'll become lighter and lighter as the areas get bigger and bigger. Okay, one more is the messenger, right? Yep. Still a little wet on the messenger, but that's okay. Just add a little bit more to the raised areas, or the large areas. I keep saying raised, but yes, they're raised because like the rump and the shoulders and stuff stick out, but really they're not raised because they're not the straps or the hair or anything like that. Technically, they're not the raised areas. Might what these guys said. So I ordered something. I saw an advertisement on YouTube, right? And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I ordered one for my wife for a Christmas present. They said they shipped it on the 12th. Maybe it wasn't the 12th. Maybe it was the 2nd. It just feels like it's been a long... No, I guess it was the 12th. And that's the email I got. It has been shipped. And they gave me a tracking number. But when I checked the tracking number, it says waiting for item to be picked up. That implies that it's being shipped by a company that eventually will deliver it by mail. So I have a feeling it's coming from overseas. I hope it gets here in time. If not, oh well. Okay, well that was only the second coat. I am going to be putting a third coat on these guys. And this time it's going to be really evident that I'm just hitting the raised areas. I don't know if I turned autofocus off. Can't see myself because I got my wrong glasses on. I know I turned autofocus off, but kind of get the idea how that blending is starting to work. First two don't have any color on them at all, really. They're just walnut. Okay, these guys are all special, so I kind of want to put them off to the side. There you go. He's also a special. Don't want to bump that. Bump that. No. One looks dry. Okay, that one looks dry. Now I'm just going to do rump and legs, pretty much. And really only the center of the rump. Like right there. Maybe the neck as well, just depending on if it's a large area, which it is in that case. All right, so that's it for the burnt. Those horses are going to look good as well. They just are. I'm such a self-promoter. I think everything I do is perfect. All right, what do we got going on here? I see something going on in my chat. Oh, for some reason, it doesn't let me select that. But it looks like we have a super chat Love your content. This is from Cameron Mechan. Mechan, maybe? Mechan. It says, do I have to accept it? Do I have to report, remove, add? Nope. Okay. Oh, what happened to my chat doc? I'm gonna try something. Twidget might have bailed on me. You know, being as long as it's been open. Loading, it's loading, it's loading. I don't know if the Twidget, yes, the Twidget does select that. Okay, so it did need to be refreshed. There you go. Awesome. Now, what does it say? It says, love your content. Been following you on and off on YouTube since Screaming Eagle Airsoft. Oh, wow. That's been a while. Man, you've been around. Much love and happy holidays. Well, thanks, Cameron. Appreciate you. I appreciate that super chat. You don't know how much I appreciate it. Christmas holidays goes around, right? It's not about, what do they say? It's not about receiving, it's about giving. So really the reward is for you. Oh, no. Oh no. No, you better not be doing what I think you're doing. Might have messed up. Okay, got it fixed. Okay. Sorry, gotta mute everybody. we're going to be using nutmeg, but the folk art nutmeg. Okay, we're going to do all the horses with just one layer. Well, I should say all the remaining horses. Not the ones that have already been done. And then one horse per stick will get the full treatment. Because this is an introduction to the golden. So everybody's getting a nutmeg. And then the golden will be kind of like a highlight on some of the horses. You'll see what it looks like when I'm done. Normally, I will paint horses different breeds, right? Different colors. But sometimes, depending on the unit, they'll have the same breed of horse. So like the whole unit will have the same color. Actually, more often than not, the whole unit should have the same color. But then again, some units got their horses from different locations and different breeds like this unit. So their colors are all going to be kind of mixed, mashed. Which is more work for me, basically, having to swap out the paints and stuff. I prefer to do just one group of unit, like all black, done, easy. All brown, done, easy. They just don't look that good when you do it that way. The horses look really good when you start using blending techniques, in my opinion. I've seen some people blend uh, lighter colors first, and then they get darker, trying to blend around the edges, which it's just ridiculous looking, I think. I think it's way better looking to base coat darker and then blend lighter to the raised areas, to the highlights. So yeah, I always blend dark to light. I don't know what's going on there in the living room. Sounds like somebody doesn't know how to turn off their speaker. Okay, so that's one layer of nutmeg. Now, I guess I could get like a really dark gray and do one or two of these guys in dark gray, but I don't want to worry about it. I'm not going to do that. That's going above and beyond. So who's excited for the new Battlestar Galactica? Anybody? The new TV series? Not going to be a reboot. It's supposed to be a different storyline. That scares me. Now, don't get me wrong. I considered the 80s, I think it was in the 80s, reboot. Maybe it was 90s. Maybe it was 2000. I don't even know. When did the original Battlestar Galactica come out? 76, 77, 78, something like that. I know it came out right around the Star Wars time. It came out almost simultaneously. I know that. But and then the new one came out, I guess in the 2000s. I don't know. But well, they said 40 years later, so let me think about that. 70, yep, it would be in the 2010, 2008, maybe. But still, that was like 20 years ago. And when that version of Battlestar Galactica came out. I thought it was good. I thought it was a good story. I thought it was a good, even though it was technically a reboot because it was like the start of the Cylon War again. That's fine. Because you're introducing a whole new generation of people to Battlestar Galactica. So you kind of needed to do it that way. Like I'm watching a couple of people right now, currently, doing a first time reaction to Battlestar Galactica. And this is 20 years after it came out. The second one. And they don't know anything about the first one, which was another 40 years before that. So you're looking at like 60 years. Dang, has it been that long? No, it can't be. In 55 years or so. Wow. I'm old. Because I watched Battlestar Galactica, the first one, on TV. I actually saw Star Wars in the theater. My dad came with me, and I remember him embarrassing me. Not really, I didn't get embarrassed, but he asked the clerk, so, why is this PG? Why is this movie PG? I appreciated him asking because, he cared. I don't think parents nowadays would care. They would say, oh, it's PG? That's pretty tame. It's not R, so that's a good thing. So they actually consider PG to be kind of like G used to be. And you know why they rated it PG? He said because somebody gets their arm cut off. The bar scene where the guy uses the lightsaber, cuts the guy's arm off. That was the whole reason why it was PG. Not the blasters hitting the guy in armor and knocking him off the cliff and all that stuff. None of that. Because you didn't actually see anything. Just saw guys in armor, getting taken out by the dozens. Hey. Well, the gang's all here. So I took photos of the Gaelic infantry that I have rebased. They're photoed and ready to be put on my eBay store. I was getting ready. I thought about maybe listing them as like a whole, like one unit, one group of units, an army or whatever you want to call it. And then I said, nah, because it's not really enough to be an army, but it's enough to get somebody's, if they wanted to order or pay for each individual group, it would be cheaper. and it would be cheaper, and they could pretty much choose what they wanted and not what I'm telling them that they have to have. I mean, they can choose. Is this the third one? No, this is only the second one. Dang. I thought I was flying. Guess not. This color seems to be a little bit too watered down. But that's okay, because I'm going to do golden ochre on some of them and a second coat on some other one. Maybe I just didn't stir it up enough. Yeah, this cab unit is like the last thing on this guy's commission. And we should be able to start moving on to another something or other. Like maybe his well, depending on when it gets paid for, maybe his Polish. Which shouldn't be too hard. It's 3 battalions of Polish. I should be able to knock those out like super. I really want to finish my Romans. I've been putting them off. Putting them off. Because of this commission off. I want to do my commissions before I do anything for myself. But every now and then, I'll throw something in like my Napoleonic rebasing or my Romans. And I'm thinking about how I'm going to work the rules for like combat and shooting and stuff and ranges. I think I'm going to do 3 and 4 base widths for muskets and rifles. Think. I've also thought about using inches, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I'm gonna do the 40mm base widths. And okay, now I also thought about using half base widths for muskets and rifles. But I think that just complicates something that doesn't need to be complicated. And you know, one of my tenets of my marshals and generals is the KISS method. And if you don't know what the KISS method is, KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. So that's what I plan to do. I plan to keep it simple. My actual tenet is fast, fun, and playable. But it's basically the KISS method. Don't make it overly complicated. Don't add a rule just for the sake of adding rules. You know, if it's not necessary, drop it. if there's a modifier that's not needed and for some reason it's in the game, just figure out a way to not use it. One thing I love about the color system is the dice tell you everything without a chart. You don't need a chart. Dice tell you everything. Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys watch my Traveler games. We've only had one session. I mean, we had a character creation session, which really was broken down into 2 sessions. Because some of the people never showed to the first session. And I mentioned something to the players. I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play with this many players. Because we have 7. Face to face, 7 would not be a problem. Right? Because you can just look them in the face and say, what are you doing? Roll a die, do this, do that. But when half of them have not even activated their camera and you're just relying on their voice, things get discombobulated. Wow, these horses are taking up some time. You know what? That's okay. Yikes. Okay, so we're just going to do the second horse with the nutmeg. Again, I'm only using the raised, which doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay, my hacking cop seems to be coming back. Ah. I don't think we'll be able to get to the blankets today. Really, they're not blankets. I guess they're bear skin. What do they call them? Sheepskin. And then they've got like this little frill around the corners of the edges that are colored. And that's kind of what I wanted to get to. But it doesn't look like it. All right, those are gonna. That's gonna. I'm like, okay. Raised areas only. Also, when you water your paint down so much that it's almost transparent, what winds up happening is you'll lose all the brush strokes, which is a good thing. All right. The problem with it is it requires that you do multiple layers, which is a time consuming uh, enterprise. Now, I want to bring out a point before I finish for the day because I'm not done yet. I'm still going to do the gold and ochre. Because I'm curious to see exactly how good that's going to look. Because these guys look pretty awesome, just the way they are. I'm like, just with the one layer of nutmeg. But I do want to bring something up about hurrying or rushing, I should say. Maybe rushing might be the word I'm looking for. There are proponents, some people who promote painting fast. There's companies that have primarily Citadel and Army Painter that promote speed paints like it's a race. I understand why they promote this. There are people that believe painting sucks. And it's not that they need help. They just need to be able to do it faster so they don't have to do it for as long as it takes. They want to get it over with. Everything you can do with speed paints, you can do with normal paint and better. Speed painting is for the lazy. For the chumps. Doesn't make painting better, it just makes it faster. The last horse color. No, it's not. It's not the last horse color. Crap. I still have my grays that I gotta do. Okay. No, don't you dare fall. We're going to do a silver gray, obvious. Use this. Don't want. I just want light gray. Light gray. Woohoo! There's graphite. Necromancer smoke. Wait. What? That's green. What is this? White gray. White gray is pretty good. I'm digging white gray. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about this. I need some light gray. Where are you at, light gray? It's gonna go light gray and then that color. It's gonna be the lighter of the two, actually. I need something a little darker than that, but still light gray. I might use this graphite. That's a possibility. But first, I had a light gray. Filthy cape, that's dungeon, intermittent. Basalt. Okay, this is thing. Light gray. Ah, I found it. You can see it's not very light at all. It's like super dark. Which is good, because I want it to be dark. Okay, so here we go with this gilded oak. Okay, it didn't feel like it was shaking. Yeah, I'm not getting the vibe. Okay, you're gonna make me use my stick. Yeah, that's like putty. Nothing wrong with that, because I'm gonna thin it out, I guess. It's not falling. Oh, I heard air bubble pop. Come on. Just drop down to the bottom of this thing. There you go. Okay. Come on, gilded oak. I don't use it very often, apparently. Really? Finger? I don't know how these fingers grip onto things that have nothing to grip onto. They just find a way. Like Velcro against everything. Okay. That didn't really hurt anything. Very good. There we go. Now we can hear some shaking. Shake, rattle, and roll. Ah, yeah, thickening up. I can hear it. I'm just going to do one horse. Whoa, you just want to leak out like that? Come on. Okay. Excessive water, thinning it out. Yeah, I'm just going to do one horse as kind of an experiment. Super golden. But we started with nutmeg. And we're just going to finish with golden oak. I think that's going to look really good once it dries. Let's find out. Wife's in there coughing up a lung. We went to see the doctor and they told her that her lungs were clear. Probably she might just have some mild bronchitis. They gave her prescriptions. Is that contagious? I don't think there's enough water in this. Maybe not. Maybe there is. We'll see. While I wait for this to dry, I can jump on the gray one. I want to see what this looks like dry. I don't think I put enough water in this. I just feel like it's got a high pigment count, like your Vallejo paints. I say that because I can still see my brush stroke. Which I guess is okay because it is a horse. Not like it's a painting on the wall. So it's going to have blemishes. I don't think I have to wait. I think that's going to be a good color. I'm not going to wait. But I am going to add water. There we go. No brush strokes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel a lot better with the no brush strokes here. That makes me think that it's going to dry transparent like it's supposed to. Okay. And don't forget, all of these are going to have a wash applied to them, so they're going to have even more. They're all going to be a little bit darker. Even the gray one's going to be a little bit darker because of the wash. Hmm. Now sometimes I'll paint like socks and what do they call them? Boots and something on their forehead. I can't remember what that's actually called. But like little white spots that go across the forehead or the tip of the nose. I'll do that sometimes. I don't know if I'm going to do that. Okay. Trying to see if that music was causing my mic to kick in. Because if it was, that might be copywritten. But it's not. Okay, so we got those guys, the golden oak. Now this next one. I know which one I'm using last. That looks lighter than that. Okay, because that is graphite. This is light gray. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, the French and the British would put. I think every nation put their musician on a light-colored horse. I think it helped, like, locate the musician. Like if the commander needed a bugle signal, he could look around and he could see, oh look, there's that light-colored horse. That's my musician. Let me go run over there and tell him to sound the retreat or the charge or the recall or whatever it is. Okay, now Vallejo has a really high pigment count, and I'm only doing one horse. So I'm just going to put a drop. And then I'm going to put a ton of water. See how that does. Oh, I don't really need to do that on a base coat. Wasn't thinking. Yeah, sorry. Messed that up. But it's okay. It's going on top of white, so there should be like no problem. I thinned it down to the point where now it feels like it's a gray wash. Which is okay, because the only reason why I'm doing it is to get the dark gray in the cracks and the hair. Actually, I might not even need to use that color. I think I watered it down so much that the white is shining through. And it's actually a good color for a horse, for a musician. So what's the breed of horses that the Scots Greys ride? What's it called? I mean, they're called grays because they're gray colored, but I mean, there's an actual breed that winds up being gray. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember this. Light gray, heavily watered down, is great for the musician's horse. I'm gonna have to use that for my 15s and see how it looks. Because I know that the same color on 15s does not always look the same as a 28 millimeter. I have to experiment. But look at that. Freaking perfect. Yeah, I'm not touching it. That's freaking perfect. Okay, never mind. So all the horses' skins are done. Put you away. We're not using you anymore. Good to go. Okay. So before we close this scene out today, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a close-up. So you can see exactly what's up. Right there. Let me... go to some properties here. I think I've already zoomed in quite a bit. So what we're going to do is configure. Yep. Sorry if I coughed right in your eyes or your ears, I mean. Okay, we're going to zoom a bunch, so just bear with me. Not that much. Not that much. Stops at 200 anyway. There we go. Back this up. Nope. And then I'm going to focus it at maybe there or there. Yeah, that I don't know if that's going to be good. That's probably too close. Let's try that. Okay. So the officer's horse, which is, what did I say? Black cherry. Let's get it to where it's focused. Okay, that's too close. Working my focus magic. There we go. That's close enough. Black cherry. Still has to be, everything still has to be painted, but that was with just the blending of the black cherry over the walnut. This guy. The officer of the cavalry unit is also black cherry. And the standard bearer also black cherry. Yeah, I don't want to show the musician just yet because that gray is still drying, so we'll let that go. The next one we did was burnt sienna. What was I don't know. Burnt sienna. Okay. And then I'll show you the 3 sticks, which goes from rear to front. Burnt sienna, nutmeg, and golden oak. And I think this is the one with the brush strokes. Actually, I think nutmeg is probably my favorite out of all of them. Burnt sienna is pretty good too. I don't necessarily think I like that color going forward, but it gives a variety. It gives the unit some flavor. Burnt sienna, nutmeg, golden oak. BS, nutmeg, and geo. Well, that doesn't look bad. That looks pretty good. And plus, remember, again, I have to say this again. I'm reminding myself, really, there's going to be a wash over these, and that's going to darken them. Accentuating the tails and the reins and stuff like that. I still have to paint the reins. This is just the horse flesh. Yeah, nutmeg might be one of my favorites. Yeah. And finally, the musician on his gray horse. I'm not sure if the lighting, there we go. It looks good. That's a good gray color. It probably could be a little lighter, but I still think it looks really. Now these reins I'm really gonna have to work on because I didn't prime this dark brown. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you all go this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. What do we got? We got an okay. No, I've got to fix my zoom and my focus. Maybe. So, what did we talk about today? Well, let me apply that. Let me close this. Let me hit OK on this. All right, so I want to recap this more so than I want to recap this. This is still the infantry's painted. I just need to do some highlights and then put a dull coat on them. I don't want to dull coat them until I get these guys ready to be washed. Then I'm going to wash these, and then I'll highlight everybody at the same time and dull coat everybody at the same time, because that won't take any time at all. Cavalry, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it on 40 by 30s. I think I'm going to put 3 figures per base on everybody, because I don't think there's any skirmish cavalry in Napoleonics. I mean, is there really? I don't think so. Artillery used to be mounted on 40 by 30s lengthwise, but I'm going to start mounting them on 40 by 40s like I did with these guys. Right? So that's going to be the new basing method, not this. Limbers, instead of being on a 30 by 80, they're now going to be on a 40 by 80. And infantry is already going to be 20 by 40s, and generals are going to be 40 by 40s. Yeah. All right, so I just got a lot of rebasing to do. All right. Thank you, guys, and I will see you next time.